Happy Friday, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Okay. TGAF. It's our last day before testnet Saturday. So we got to use the time we got well. We're pretty close. We've got just a couple issues here. So I'm going to do a little bit of UI tweak there. I'm going to handle the parent post 404s in the feed. But before I do that, I'm going to try to get a remote community join protocol handled. And then, depending on how much time we have, I might try to attack mobile styles. But also need to document server deployment. That's a little more important. So let's dive in with removing that search controls as sort of an easy start to the day. Alright, that's handled. Disable. Whew. Wake up.
CTZN.
And I need to fix this thing real quick. And I would like to have that be a link. Alright, right here. There we go. Let's fix that as well.
Citizen.
So I think if I just do that. There we go.
Citizen.
Love, love, love. Wow, it's wake up, man. What is it called? OBS. But the controls. Oh, see, there we go. The controls for controlling which scene is active are easy to screw up, especially when I'm trying to do video bumps. And it's just that the click target is just really easy to miss. Is there a way to like zoom it in? Yeah, that's just, I keep on accidentally clicking the wrong thing. Hey Paulo, welcome back to the stream. Alright, what next? Let's clean that up.
Citizen.
Oh, this is still using Shadow Dom. Should try to fix that.
Citizen.
I'm just getting things done today. Usually I narrate. Right now I'm just getting things done. Alright. So we hit that. We should look into these errors we're getting. Okay. Minor issue.
Citizen.
Alright, let's look into this one. So it's possible that this server is just down, and that's why this is happening. Yeah, something along those lines. So just a 404 condition. Now let's see how we should respond to that. Alright, let's see. So we're in a post view. And thread is the one handling it. Hey, Lorenzo. Appreciate it. I think I'll probably just run that test on my own servers, and then we can do more testing tomorrow. Put that exactly opposite. Morning, Sir Path. Playing Curtain Call, the Eminem album. Which I will hands down defend as being his best. No question. Some of his later stuff's not bad, but this album is just untouchable. Wrong one. An interesting thing about this, when you're trying to look at a thread, we do actually have some content here. But what's happening is the loading code tries to get the thread from the original author's server, and that's what's failing here. Not sure there's a better way to handle it, though. I think I'll settle for this for now. Not, you know, super helpful, but, like, not broken looking. Yeah, indeed. We get an error. Excuse me, Asbjorn. But the correct thing to say is, ew, fucking JavaScript. Lorenzo, I sort of assumed the replies from alive or dead servers were also cloned to the recipients and survived there. Is that not the case? It's a little underspec at the moment. The possibility is there for that. But I don't have any clarity in my head at this stage about what's guaranteed to replicate over. Which means that at present, the network is sort of... Like, I know that the network is replicating between nodes enough to handle, you know, what you might consider ideal operations or correct operations. But, the failure modes are not totally mapped out yet, so we do have the opportunity to find a more graceful fallback whenever something like this happens. We just haven't spec'd it out yet. Yeah. So for the moment, I'm just focusing on getting the error states rendering in a clean way. And then we can figure out how to do things better in the future. And Nox, I gotta appreciate the degree to which you respond to using your profile. Alright, what else is going on? Gotcha. You know, if you want to use it, feel free. You're gonna, I imagine what's gonna happen with that node. I am pleasantly surprised to see that it even allows the Hypercore protocol to run. What I would expect to have happen, yeah, I mean, it's not terribly difficult because we know, I appreciate that. It's not terribly difficult because we know that that node is that situation. What you're probably going to see is, you're probably going to see exactly what you're talking about, data sync issues, because it's probably going to be popping on and off of the network. And I would imagine that that's just going to be entirely by Glitch's rules about when they tear down and set up servers. Knowing how it works, it may be useful to kind of have this tool or this example server to be looking at. Okay, one caveat to Curtain Call being his best work. Mockingbird sucks. That song is bad. Okay. But so like this, everything I just did. Hang on.
Citizen.
So yeah, like all the stuff that we just did there, all those kind of error handling things to correctly render. Did it come back? Nope, there it is. That kind of stuff. That is exactly what these testnet kind of runs are for. It's just super, super helpful to be able to see those kinds of edge cases that are not always obvious. So I used to do CSS before DevTools. I used to make websites when I was in high school, and I did a couple as a job. It was brutal. This was back when Internet Explorer 7 or 8 was dominant, and Firefox was not even... If it was out, I don't know if Firebug existed yet. Glad to hear that, Ninpin. So, like, the funny thing is that, like, there were a couple of really funny quirks about developing on the web at that time. One of them was that, like, no console, no JS console. So, like, whenever you got an error, it would just do an alert box with the error. And some of that, if I remember correctly, it wasn't only JavaScript errors. I think it also happened for other kinds of like parsing errors in the HTML. In some cases, if I remember right, which could get you into a terrible situation where if you had like a bunch of errors, you keep on getting alert boxes over and over and over, and like couldn't get away from it. So that was amazing. But that also meant that at the time, the console.log was alert. That was how you debugged things, which was just brutal. For CSS, you were just, shit out of luck. It was purely going by the visuals. In some ways that was a little more manageable because the rules of HTML and CSS were so much simpler at the time that like it was all a little bit more predictable. But at the same time, it was also so limited. So you were doing table layouts and pixel spacers, stuff like that. If you don't know what a pixel spacer is, that would be where this was amazing. If you needed to move something around in a way that CSS didn't support, like position relative tops, things like that, there would be cases where you like couldn't use CSS, so you would insert transparent pixels of a set width and use that to move items around. And then on top of that, you had completely inconsistent rendering behaviors and feature support between browsers, which was, just brutally hard to deal with. Because it was hard enough getting it working the first time, but then it was like, okay, now go test on another browser, and doesn't work. So that's the whole situation that got people so committed to web standards. It was hard. And it was so arcane that it was almost equally, despite the fact that it was all simpler and less was expected out of web pages, you still kind of had to bring a lot of expertise to do it. Okay. Oh. This is my brother and sister-in-law's new cat. Look how tiny she is. Aww. She's really trying to be Kit, if we're being honest. Because Kit's very small and is a tabby just like that. Except she has all of her ears. Kit's ears are mangled to hell. Kit got swept up in the catch-neuter release thing, and when they do that, at least in Austin, they clip off the tip of one of their ears to indicate that the cat had been spayed or neutered, which, alright, I guess. And then her other ear has a chip out of it because of a fight she got in with a cat because she bicycle wheel for scale. That's actually one of those old-timey tall bikes. Back before they had figured out how to do the gearboxes correctly for the torque ratios. Oh, better yet, I need to go over and meter. Okay, what the heck were we doing? Okay, looks like it's time. Remote community joining. So how to do this? Okay, so the problem, let's start by talking about the problem. The question is, how do you join a community that is hosted on a home server other than your own? Yeah, we need to bring back the monocle. I bet that got so, like, straining to have to, like, keep that thing in there. Anyway, monocles and top hats. Time for them to come back. So you're trying to join a community that's on a different home server than your user database. Being in a community requires 2 database entries to be written. One inside of the community's database and one inside of your personal citizen database. You'd add a member record to the community database and a membership record to your citizen database. So the situation we have here is we need to not only communicate with the host server or the home server for the community, but we need to coordinate those record rights so that you don't end up in a partial state of one of them saying that having the record and the other one not. And we need to make it so that the system is not abusable. A naive approach would basically set it up so that anybody could send the kind of remote request with any kind of information unauthenticated. But if you did that, you'd be able to sign people up for communities or on their behalf, so to speak, without their permission. So we need some kind of authentication to know that when somebody's trying to join the community, that they really are trying to join it, that it's actually them. And you need to do that without having an account on the target server. Yeah. Now, one way we could do this would be to write the membership record to the citizen database and then have the community host look up that record on the person attempting to join, and if it's there, they know, okay, it's an authentic attempt. Problem with that is that accessing the hypernetwork to fetch a record is not zero cost. And so if you were to, in fact, it could accumulate pretty quickly. And if you were to, it's not so bad like if it's a database that's already loaded, but when you gotta load up a database, you gotta hydrate the data, you gotta hit the swarm, look up peers, fetch the data. And if you just allowed anybody to send a request which could trigger that behavior, you could DOS that server very easily. So we need to have a way, as a result, to authenticate the request using less resources. There are 2 ideas that come to mind. First is we need to, both of these ideas require constraining know what? Your question, Melanie, makes me realize it's time for some Excalibur. Default font. Yeah, isn't this thing great? Total lifesaver. I'll answer your question in a second, Lorenzo. So, in our initial state here, server 2 knows nothing about Bob at server 1. It doesn't have any of Bob's data, and Bob doesn't have an account at server 2, and etc. So each of these are a database, and the member records live here, but the user's membership records live here. We need to add to both of these. So how do we get server 2 to, in a sort of safe way, in a way that can't be gamed, know that Bob at server 1 is actually the one trying to sign up for friends at server 2, and to do so without using too much resources? So Melanie, you asked, the server can keep an index over the membership it's already subscribed to. So like at this stage, we have to assume that neither server knows anything about anybody. This has to work from a cold start. Lorenzo is asking, couldn't a community be simply multi-homed when it has users on both ends and each uses its own database? So we'll say the kind of reddish-orange background represents users or citizens, and the blue background represents communities. A community is comprised of two kinds of databases, the community database and then the user databases. And that's what gets stored in the community database. Whereas in the users, in addition to whatever sort of personal information they have. Nice. You have membership records, individual posts that make up a community. So this is scoping specifically to the data that's relevant to a community. And we can't, this is the thing, Lorenzo, that can't be multi-homed. The community's content is multi-homed. Each user is hosting it on their own home server. But this one here, which controls everything about the kind of the high level of the community, what's its name, what are its rules, who's a member of it, and then secondary indexes which pull from here, that has to be on a single server. If we were to try to break that up to be like, you know, having a bridge between two different servers, the model would kind of break down as we've designed it right now. Because in this model, there'd be no consensus model at present between the two things. So not only would it be expensive in terms of network latency to fetch the current state, because you'd have to be fetching both of these things and merging them together. I mean, they're effectively two different databases that you'd be merging together. And you can certainly do that, you know. But something to keep in mind is that, like, if you were to try to do that to solve this particular problem, it's not just 2 servers or 3 servers. It would need to be any home server that has a user trying to join a community would have to create its own version of the community. And for that matter, then governance gets totally screwy. Because part of the point of a community is that there are controls over things like whether or not you are allowed to even be a member. So if you're not talking to the people that control the original database, you're basically sort of breaking the authority model. So the idea of whether or not you should be able to join a community if you don't have any subscribers is something that I think the communities should be able to define as a kind of a custom business rule, or as a kind of custom logic. So, what we really just need at this particular stage is a way to here we are, server 2, we know nothing, and a request comes in. And that request says add Bob at server1.com to friends. How do we validate this request? So, I think whatever solution we take, the logic is going to be anchored around server 2. Sending a request back to server 1 or something along those lines. No, actually not necessarily. Now, the first thing we need to do is we need to authenticate this connection. Forget this. Forget I said that. That may not be what we do. First thing we need to know is that's the first constraint we're going to apply here. The request has to come from the home server. So if you're not a member of a server, like if you're not a member of server 2, then you can't just, as a client, ask. You need to ask your server 1, to route the request for you. And this is where there's some variability about how we can do that. We can do a reverse DNS lookup on the IP of the requester. Or B, we use a client TLS certificate. I think actually A will be sufficient for this. B is also a possibility, but it's a little more difficult. Not significantly, but a little bit. Now suppose we know that. We feel confident that the request came from server 1. I think we can also feel somewhat confident that server 1 is not lying to us. So then the subsequent question just becomes whether or not we need to validate anything else, or can we just take it as on faith? I think we might be able to take it on faith. Because server 1, if it's lying about its own users, then the whole server is foobar. We also, what all do we need to know for this request? A member, we need the user ID and their database URL. Now we're going to reject any request for a user that's not on the requesting server. So if server1.com tries to do an add request for somebody on server3.com, it gets rejected out of hand. So at that point, you got to ask, like, supposing the request server 1 was lying about either the user ID or the database URL, what would the implications of that be? See, this is the thing that kind of strikes me, is like doing a web finger on the user ID that you get sent. Strikes me as useless. Because you're turning around and asking the exact same server that just communicated to you for more information. There's no reason why that would be any more or less, you know, authentic or believable. If they're lying about the request, they could also pay attention to who's sending the request for the web finger and lie on that data as well. So I'm going to eliminate that option. I'm also fairly sure that the reverse DNS lookup won't have problems. Fairly sure. I mean, there's no reason I can think of that the IP would be different. You could always somehow screw with the DNS lookup that the receiving server is getting, but that's a pretty targeted attack. I'm not sure how feasible that attack is. Also, accomplishing an attack like that has relatively, I believe, minimal consequences, because forging a new member kind of record, it's just adding them to the community. So like if you're able to execute some kind of attack where you modify DNS responses by like man-in-the-middling your target server, you're only accomplishing something very minimal in value. I don't think the incentive is there for that. So that just leaves, I think, we're going to go with this right here, and we're going to go with this right here. So that just leaves cloud, proxies, etc. might obfuscate this, but the domain certificate would have to match. So I'm pretty sure that, like, we're talking about your DNS entry, right? So how do people find server1.com? So that should be on the outside of any proxy setup that server1.com has arranged. Their DNS entry should match their external IP. Now, whether or not the IP address is obscured on the receiving end by their own proxy architecture, that's a possibility, but usually if there's some kind of like reverse proxy system in play, it carries through in like a HTTP header what the original IP was. So we should be able to access that consistently. Melanie says the request has to be put on the user Hyper-V at some point to get validated for sure. It does have to happen, and then the question is just kind of like, how do we respond to record mismatches? It's certainly detectable, and the question is just like, do we bother detecting it? And if we detect it, how do we react to it? But that is something that we're going to have to kind of keep an eye out for, is like, if the server ever detects that like you have a member record for somebody, and that target user doesn't have a membership record anymore for you, or never did, then it's kind of like, okay, do we remove them from the member records? What's going on there? So again, detectable error condition, not terribly difficult to deal with. Stakes are pretty low. And the last question is, how do we get transactionality? I'm thinking what we do is we attempt community member add first, then I think that's what we do. So we send the request to the community, and if it succeeds, we then write the citizen membership record. And there's a possibility that the sending server dies after, or loses its network connection with the community host after sending the request. So you could end up in a partial written state where the community member record exists, but the citizen membership record does not. Probably not a huge deal to fix that problem. Again, you're just going to have mismatched records. You would try to join again, and the server would say, "Oh, you're already a member," and then the receiving side would just write the membership record. All right. Be right back. So, all in all, not terribly difficult, I think. Whistled a little bit and attracted the kitty. Meow meow. Meow. You bad kitty. You bad kitty. Don't make me play. I gotta work. 1 second. Citizen. He barely wanted to play. She was doing the lazy, you know. You already had your time. We already played and you're very lazy. We're absolutely going to need a Citizen group for cat posts. Oh no, Citizen. Alright, leave me alone. Looks right to me. Oh, lovely. That's useless. Huh, okay. Learn something every day. Didn't know about PTR records. I was aware of the record type. But I wasn't aware of what they did. So, to do this, Google is forcing me to verify ownership of the domain name. The question is like, which is simpler? To use client TLS certificates or to use reverse DNS? That's the question we gotta answer. Now, the fact that I have to set up a PTR record definitely makes the reverse DNS a little bit more of a pain. All right, well, suppose I'm definitely more amenable. Like we talked about like the risks of the DNS approach earlier, and I think they're in bounds for the guarantees we need. But I'm more inclined or more motivated in this choice by what's easiest for a node operator to set up. And the question that we have, so like setting up a PTR record, not terrible, but not as super convenient. If we do it with a client cert, like if we look at our setup with the test server, currently I don't configure the in fact, there's a couple problems here. Basically, you need to have access to the certificate in the node application. And if you're trying to use an HTTPS proxy, like a HTTPS load balancer or anything like that, if the SSL certificate is not in your VM, then that becomes a real pain. And it's not exactly like, in fact, any kind of load balancer where the HTTPS terminates before reaching your VM, you would get into some difficulties. So I'm a little bit nervous about that approach. I feel like that we might need to just support both. But I'm going to continue on with the DNS reverse lookup approach first. Oops, probably didn't want to put that on the stream. Nobody screwed me. I guess that wouldn't have been. It's probably fine. Okay, so that's done. So now that I verified to Google that I own it, I turn on the PTR record in Google Cloud. Also, DNS is actually not that slow for what we're talking about here. DNS is slow when you're thinking about sending a lot of requests, you know, when you're thinking about browsing, for instance. But when you're talking about this particular situation, it's not particularly slow. Tell you what is slow is Google Cloud updating this PTR setting. I don't know. This is an area that I don't have a lot of experience with. I haven't done a whole lot of either method, DNS reverse lookup or client cert auth. But it's certainly not at all outside of the possibility that we introduce client auth at some stage if we find that this approach is just not working. And then just do both. Come on, Google. Ah, there we are. So that leaves one last question, which is whether or not we have one second. I actually need to wrap the reverse DNS lookup in a helper function. Because our tests are going to need to So we'll use that for debugging, and the remaining question is where the IP address and port are on this object as it's given to us. You're afraid PTR records in this... I need to shut off my server. You're afraid PTR records in this context are only good for one-off validation of control of a domain, not about what is really behind the IP afterwards. So if somebody with an IP address, what we're trying to prove no, so like a request comes in and we're just trying to prove that this request came from server1.com, since it's Bob at server1.com that's trying to make the request. So we have an IP address, and we do a reverse DNS lookup to make sure that the result comes out server1.com. If you're able to forge that reverse DNS lookup, you have... Server 2 has more problems than just this. That means that server 1 or server 2 have been attacked by somebody and are able to wreak a lot more havoc than just, you know, forging membership requests. So I'm pretty sure it's a suitable approach for what we're dealing with. So this is calling itself a WebSocket, which makes me think it's probably the WS packages WebSocket. That does match. If they put an underscore on it, we're not supposed to access it. So let's see if there's another way to... Love the ASCII diagram. So I'm guessing it's that socket right there. Alright, well, shouldn't be accessing an underscored variable, but they haven't exposed this for us, so. We have a winner. Of course, that's IPv6. Using well known is, I mean, we could do that. This is Federer in Dutney's. In Dutney. He's somebody who I generally trust to do well with. Actually, local address may not be right. That may be referring to self, not to... Because local port seems wrong. Yeah, I think we want remote. That makes more sense. using the wrong one. Oh, does that already return a promise? Indeed, it does. So, just kidding about that. Let's see what happens. Okay, that's a good sign. That means the request was attempted. Okay, interesting. I guess we actually can't rely on the port. That's kind of a pain. Huh. Right, because the port's not going to be correct. Huh. Okay, so how do we do the debug? I guess what we could do... We'll only have this behavior if debug mode is enabled. Just as a little extra layer of safety. Right. I shadowed the variable. Okay, so far so good. Of course, this is a little bit of a goofy example because we're not actually doing the reverse DNS lookups, but it is close enough. Follow is not defined. Interesting. Line 378. Hit a code path we hadn't hit previously. Of course, because we hadn't had remote community joins yet. All right, so that looked like it actually worked. And then what failed was remote leaves. So we need remote leave as well as remote join. Anish. Heart back at you. I think I had that wrong. Some help that is. Can't read property user ID of undefined. That's probably over here. We'll have to do this the old-fashioned way. It's just that easy, y'all. It is just that easy. So up to the testnet, I think we're going to need to do a big documentation pass. Why don't we start writing down things to document? Remote join remote community protocol indexing behaviors database topology server and user topology. So at least all that, probably more. So last thing to test, I should re-enable the non-remote test. Make sure everything's passing again. Good.
Citizen.
So now we need to do a live test. Well, Lorenzo, did you want to give it a shot? I was going to set up my own instance, but if you want to do it with me, I'm on board. Save me a little time. You still with us, Lorenzo? I'll give you half a second. Paging Lorenzo. Ah, no, that's an issue. Do we have an ats in this? Yes, we do. All right, I'll give Lorenzo a couple of minutes to come back. In the meantime, I'm just gonna stretch my legs for a bit, and if Lorenzo isn't back by then I'll just set up another server myself. So back in a bit. Hey, I'm back. Yeah, getting the classic situation. So, Melanie, if you're interested in trying this, you're going to need to set up a PTR record. Are you A-OK doing that? That's funny. I'm going to take another shot at getting YouTube to stop killing chat messages. Nope, can't do it. Melanie, I just turned you into a moderator. And same with you, Lorenzo, and anybody else that has been around for a little bit. You can, if you're trying to share a link again, just ask me to make you a mod. That should solve it. Alright, looks like I took too long and now Melody's left, so I'm gonna just set up a test node. Gotta do this off stream. You know how it be. Let's see if I can speed run this thing. In fact, why don't I take notes as I do it? Hey, Lorenzo. Well, now I'm all in the groove to use this to set up a precise guide. Not much, I'm just about to test out the remote joins, so I just need a second instance. Sweet. Okay. Need to find out if this is the right account. Can't quite. What's a good way to confirm that I've got sudo privileges? Something I know that's going to be restricted. Yep, okay, I got it. So, first we'll install NVM. Install node. Peeps be calling. I don't know you. Okay, so now I need to set that domain name. Okay. Well, so the PTR record is getting managed by Google in my case, so I don't actually know what it looks like. I guess we can find out. So, interesting. Didn't give an answer. I don't know if the authority is all that's needed, or like I don't know exactly how PTR records operate in the network, but they're obviously for the reverse lookup. So if I do not a, so that's the actual IP, and then if I do dig-x, it correctly answers that. So it might. I honestly don't know exactly how that gets set up. Okay, so we've got citizens started. Cool. Let's find out. So we'll do dig-ta citizen.glitch.me. Whole lot of IP addresses. It kind of doesn't look like it at the moment. That's the PDR for that. At least the first record I tried didn't resolve correctly. Yeah. Looks like it. I have to imagine that Cloudflare has some way to do PTR records. Yeah, it looks, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna, like, glitch is an example of a case where it's gonna be a problem because they don't give you these kinds of controls, typically. Yeah. I understand the motivation, I just don't know if we have any better solutions for this at the moment. No. It's not disastrous that I shared that, but not what I want. Streaming your screen. What a pleasure that is. Totally. So that should give us now some kind of... Yep. And this should be our last step in the... Since when? I guess Vim is making this hard for me. Yeah, because it's doing its visual mode. Vim, you're helpful, but you're also sort of not right now. Okay. All right, moment of truth. It worked! Yes! Yes! Oh, I've been dreading that all week. Yeah! Can I leave? Hell yeah. Alright, let's see if the indexing works. Okay. So it showed up there, but not here. It's interesting. So that suggests to me that Yeah, so fetching the so we're like 95% of the way there. There's profile, there's members, there's posts. So the server hosting its own index is working correctly. But once I'm on my home feed, I'm talking to test 1. And it's not showing up in here. So out of curiosity, if I restart that server, that didn't fix it. That's actually helpful, because if it did fix it, it'd be harder to diagnose. I need to be able to restart the server to test this. So what seems to be happening is the remote indexing is working correctly. That's all great. Most of the hard stuff is working, but for some reason my home feed is not including posts from that community. And I think the simplest way to figure that out is to just stick some console logs in there. Bet you money this is where it's going wrong. It's probably just not loading up that Word. Okay. Yeah, so it's not loading up that database. And it's not loading it up on restart, which suggests to me that the logic entirely around the subscribed URLs is missing memberships. Indeed it is. Should be an easy fix. make sure I got that schema right. Community.dburl. Okay, that looks right. So let's test this in the live server. Citizen. Okay, nothing blew up. A little slower. Didn't seem to solve it. Did I do the code correctly? Nope. Gotta actually do it in the live. This will look like pure nonsense, but it'll tell us if there's something misshapen. Okay. Nothing appears to be misshapen. Oh, whoa. Yeah, they all seem right. Let's pop over to here. Citizen profile friends at test2.citizen.network. And that's the URL. Ends with B82A. There it is. So that is working as it should. So that's not our problem. Could probably improve some of the logic around this, but no kitty. Why? Let's take a look at this variable right here. gonna attack me until I give you what you want? Or are you gonna leave me alone? Okay, so it's included in the list. Still not showing up. What is the undo? Control XU. What do you want, baby? I'm in my moment of triumph over here. Oh, I see. Yeah. Ah, come on. We've got a problem. I'm pretty sure what's happening is it's just failing to set up a database and getting stalled out. Get her, Peter. What do you want? You want food? Yeah, so that's what's happening. Now, what is the best way to deal with this? I don't want to just parallelize it, because it's a good way to just totally swamp your database. I'm going to parallelize it to prove or disprove our bug. Which would be easier if Emacs didn't screw up my indentation. Okay, so what I need it to do... God, stop. You're killing me, Emacs. This is so annoying. Alright, well, at least it's not doing tabs anymore. To invent the universe, you first need to configure Emacs. Yep, that's our issue. Interesting. That's causing some... Yeah, we got an issue with notifications indexing. It's basically causing old notifications to suddenly show up. Oh, that's gonna be a pain to solve, but I'll have to figure it out. Okay, so in the meantime, you know, for now, I'm just... I'm gonna make a note for myself to improve this, but for now I'm going to do exactly what I just did, which is parallelize. What's your problem? Yeah, Vim ain't any better. It's just as arcane and annoying for somebody that hasn't trained up on them. Oh, I see what the problem is. Oh, wait a minute. This is actually right. Yeah, this is actually right. I shouldn't have changed that. Subscribe to URLs is referring specifically for indexing, not for loading external. Forgot how my own code works.
Citizen.
Come on, NPM, update your caches for me. You'll know the classic joke. The two hard things in computer science: cache invalidation, naming things, and off by one errors. Classic. Alright, I'm gonna pop out to the bathroom while we wait for this. Push my fix, but well, that's interesting. So now this is showing up empty. Do we have a pass-through HTTP route? All right, let's try this. Oh no. Well, that's worrisome. Looks a whole lot like the community database got nuked. Oh, wait a minute, no. It's just applying. Yeah, never mind. That's that'd be a word for a moment. Really no rush. Not sure why the community member records are being slow. Okay, so the feed index is still populated. So I'm guessing it's just failing to load the external databases for the members now. Weird that that's failing. So that part worked. Ugh. Okay, so those databases are failing to load. I wonder if I need to fix a config element here. Noted. So it kind of seems like what might be happening here is just a failure to sync over Hypercore. So I'm going to see what happens if I create some firewall rules. Okay, so I've just allowed all non-privileged ports to ingress and egress in the firewall. That doesn't seem to be solving it. Really? So we've got some Hypercore synchronization issues now. I think we have some server-to-server sync issues, which is difficult to diagnose. And inconsistent, because I was able to get some data for a little bit. Well, I'm pinging Matthias and Andrew for some help to diagnose this. I wonder if there's any... Let's look at the hyperspace setup real quick. Like, what are the chances... No, it's using the hyperspace daemon. That's kind of a bad sign. Hole punchable false. Of course, this would show up now when the Copenhagen guys are probably asleep. And I doubt it's because the IP address is ephemeral. 99% sure that's not the problem. 99.99% sure that's not the issue. But this strikes me as interesting. I wonder if the DHT is failing. I feel like no, because log not available from peers. It's a pretty specific error that seems a little different than, like, I don't know if that would give us that error if there were no peers available in the DHT. I run one of the DHT nodes. Let me see if it's indicating anything weird. No, all seems to be fine. But they're both given that hole punchable false and remote address of empty. That's proof that the firewall rules apply. Well, what else do we have for our to-dos? Without the Copenhagen guys, I'm not really sure I'll be able to diagnose this. Other than the sync issue, we got remote community joining. Yeah, this is such a bummer to happen right before. Hopefully I can get them on the horn by then. Here we go. So Andrew just came online. Just chatting with Andrew here, trying to diagnose this. Huh, he's able to remotely LS it. Let's see what happens if I just enable, like disable the firewall. Okay. Gonna try running Hype Beam between the two of them and see if it works. Out of curiosity, what happens if I remove that? Huh. But then not showing up here. Interesting. That was it. Hey, works now. Stupid. Stupid. I think I can actually even pinpoint why that was failing. So, yeah. That was stupid, and that was all on me. I'm gonna get Andrew onto the stream so I can avoid having to type it to him and explain. Oh, I'll explain all in a moment. I mean, in the meantime, hooray, fixed. Yeah, I can imagine that the change I just made would not be an obvious fix. That's definitely a relief, because having server-to-server sync be broken right before testnet Saturday would have been a real... it pretty much ruined the point. One of the things we're going to need to do is get some kind of dashboard or something to give insight into how your, you know, servers are running and let you know whenever there's some kind of failure. I'll explain as soon as Andrew gets on here. Paging Andrew. There's a shadow hanging over me. Yesterday I came. All right. There he is. Okay. What was happening was we had some kind of strange condition where, Andrew, to give you the full backstory, we're testing 2 different servers and synchronizing between them. We've got test2.citizen.network, where I created a group, and then we've got my account on test1.citizen.network. And we were testing joining a remote group and getting a kind of protocol in place for that. And once that was working, we managed to get it working, see the posts and everything like that. And then I had some other issue. I closed the server and restarted it. And suddenly the posts weren't showing up, and test2.citizen.network was failing to synchronize the posts of these users that are on different servers. So, why would that be happening? This is the code that we have for loading an external database. And very subtly, this right here was the culprit. Await b.feed.update, which basically I put in wrongly. It ought to be, I use that elsewhere, but when I use that, it's this eager update function, which should not be blocking. Whenever it's called, you don't await it, because feed.update will wait until a write has occurred. That's what it's waiting for. It's waiting for a new block. And calling it continuously, like we do in the eager update method here, is designed to just kind of say, hey, constantly sync updates as they occur. But if you do it here, the reason that was blocking and leaving the database loading completely jammed up was that there were new updates. It actually had synced everything, at least in terms of the head of the log. So it was just sitting there, like, okay, you know, waiting for an update. And of course, nothing happened. So that was what I did wrong. There you have it. Load DB by type. Yeah. So I could just remove this. Dumb one. But I should be able to just remove this and everything will work fine. Because then what it's going to do is try to get the DB key, which should work as usual with sparse replication. Then it's going to basically throw away this Hyper-B instance and open up a new, citizen or community database, which will run the normal logic. And that will, in its own setup, trigger that eager updating in the background. So that should do it.
Citizen.
Okay, so now, we actually successfully did see some sync without setting those firewall rules, but I'm going to go ahead and add to the Setting up a server bit here. Yeah. Andrew, I'm going to need whatever tool you use to poke at the DHT. That was the first thing that was missing. I didn't even have a way to like check if the DHT was operating. But then using Beam to check if connectivity is possible was a smart next step, because that's purely using Hyperswarm to arrange connectivity. And then after that, I don't even know what caused me to train onto that. I guess I saw the line and it suddenly occurred to me. Okay. Whew. So that's remote joining. Got a couple of bugs that surfaced here, but I'm not going to hit these, I don't think. Cool. Makes sense. It's a really simple tool for testing connectivity. So mobile styles, not going to happen by tomorrow, obviously. So let's finish up the day by just documenting everything. Okay. Thanks, all. That makes sense. I should have looked for that. Because now that I think about it, I do know that there is a Hyperswarm tool. Okay. So let's take this and move it into design.md. Thank you very much. I apologize for having to bother you this late on a Friday night. But I'm glad you were able to help, because I was pretty stuck. Thank you very much for doing that. And Andrew, if you can, you should join us for Testnet Saturday tomorrow. Our moment of triumph. Well, you need to get some better Friday night plans then. Are y'all locked back down in Copenhagen again?
Citizen.
That's a shame. Y'all had that period where, you know, You know, we're like, Copenhagen, we're better than America. We solved our pandemic. Guess we found out. I haven't even bothered to try to see where I would show up in the list of when, getting my vaccination, because, I'm really not, I'm not top priority. I'm going to get it as soon as I can get it, as soon as it's convenient, but there are a lot of people before me that need it. I'm a shut-in, baby. All right. Come on now. Oh, well, I hate to burst your bubble, but Austin is getting snow right now. Or at least freezing rain. Okay. So we just pushed our fix. Shown up there, but the friends server is failing to... Oh, interesting. Huh. There it goes. That was scary. You're eating a hat. Oh, you're eating your hat. Let's see what's looking like up there. Yeah, no snow yet. We had freezing rain the other day and I saw snow in the forecast. Okay, I think I'm calling it job done for today so that I don't wear myself out too much for tomorrow. Alright, what's forecast say? Okay, seeing some snow on Sunday and Monday. Maybe even Wednesday. The high on Monday is 19 degrees Fahrenheit. It's pretty cold for Austin. It's atypically cold. Alright. Well, I'm stoked for tomorrow, y'all. We can find more of these bugs. Yeah. Definitely know we got a bug on the secondary indexing. This stuff shouldn't have been showing up right there, but that's because, I'm pretty sure that's because Sol joined the Citizen Friends group. You gonna let me click? This again, come on. Oh, it's not because of that. Interesting, huh? Well, then I don't know what that's about. All right. Well, enjoy the rest of your Fridays, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. It's going to start at 11 a.m. Central Time, which is like the Chicago time zone. And I would recommend, being ready with your domain name. And what we'll do is we'll pop onto the server and I'll have the docs prepped. We'll get like a HackMD for people to enter their servers and everything, and we'll just kind of see if we can make it break, which I'm sure we will. I'll even set out a couple of tasks for everybody to try. All right. Have a great evening, and I will see you all tomorrow. Later, everybody.
Citizen.